Struck by the power of light warden while he was baby in the wounds of Werlyt, the ruler of the empire under metamorphosis, the power of the world. He assumed the form of innocence. He radiated my presence who eclipsed all. The soldier station the plan mind you guys also his followers of charge all watching the footage of me I was their safety they have benefited present the battlefield ready. To be honest, if you weren't sure if you're sure, but I'm glad we decided. Guys, is the best hope of defeating your machine. If you have a glimpse of his true power, even that was more than enough for us. Alright guys. No what I said. I shall praise the situation. We discovered the previous abandoned ultimate project is being held by the reformed. They were actually succeeding in producing several prototypes on which to deploy in the areas in the name of the Ruby weapon. Deborah and I are able to strike a distance during one of the tests and made it to destroy it. Attended and failure at last, based on our knowledge of the original order, Joseph employed could have been a sufficient blast to, but it barely left a mark. We suspect that the gifts of the predator may have proven to be the source of rebellion. You know, the ultimate weapon was designed to absorb Aether from Akon, and the Ruby was no doubt shares the ability. If any were to be summoned during a project from all from the beginning of our troubles. Fought back with a whip-like claw extended and contracted will face up Gaius was injured by sheep. Injured, shielding me from Ruben assault. Even now he struggles with him. And while I have been so careless that this wouldn't happen. You're not concerned yourself, let us forget that I'm one to see the ultimate project. I must give my life to bury this legacy will be. You are faced now. You will be cut down before you even hobble the current distance. In any case, you can't afford to lose information from both don't know that asking Kaiser is our best chance of stopping that woman. Do if anyone is still putting down. So I have no right to ask. So I would be impressed if we have received word of the Empire is preparing to advance Gilmanston. This is where we will intercept them. If our rears are permitted, the weapon will be among their hosts. If we break down the line, there is no chance of this will wreck. There's no mistake, the ready shot hangs in the balance. If you see the hell, your escort will lead you the way. What price must I pay for my hubris? Next, we whip it activated. All units stand by. Wait for signal. We open codename Darkness. Ready to launch. I have fantastic keeping it. Escape back to yours are frankly given all the expected accidents, I would not be surprised if they were behind us or whatever prime of the river has absorbed it. None of the river falls lightning, but they move an uncanny degree of flexibility and counter from wherever you least expected. I take it to as I expected to enter contact with the river weapon. Question. said that we don't know, which makes all the more horrifying. It's proven a flesh and bone male and been which domain, but perhaps to be a better less than knowing the end. Oh, he threw. Before being stood at the high and passed on to the Werlyt Empire. It was long believed that he had a handy axe that laid waste to the Boja. There was no more big of got it. Oh wow. We got him. Combat. The accommodation, baby. After it was unspeakable as ever. Like, well, will create the ultimate pales in comparison to the monstrosity. If the research is allowed to continue, the next model will not be unstoppable. With that in mind, the alliance is got here somewhere. If the remains of the Rubens, are you? Ellie. Who knew? Ellie. Father. Too long. You Rex. And is Christina with weapon. Oh, it's spicy. It's a matter of time. I wonder you again, Father, although I can't say I think much of the company you're keeping. I know a lot has happened, but I'm glad you're alright, and now you come back to government. A day serving the Empire of you're suspected of assassination. I know you never do a thing like that, but there must be a way to prove your innocence. Everything can go back to the way it was. Oh, not again. Hey man, your daughter's single. You're on the roadside. When he was if you hadn't, we'd probably be dead by now. There's three of us. Our parents all died in the epidemic. We'd be begging on the street if we weren't for him. Oh, adopted, I guess. Repay the guy for all the kindness he's shown us. He fights for the Empire, so we should too. Make him proud. Everyone was scared of the Guardians. Later the week, maybe that's why he took us in. Becoming a soldier, what it takes, I'll do it. Who's with me? Count me in. Maybe one day people will look up to us like we did with Lord Gutter. Then from now on, we're all brothers and sisters fighting for the same cause. Brothers and sisters? That would make us Lord cause our father. There you go. Yeah, I called it. It was like, I was questioning it for a second. If he doesn't mind us call him that, I suppose so. That makes us, that will make us, you are a big, that looks like that's a guy. That's how old it is. Wait. Honestly, I could not even tell that was a guy, yeah. Without the neck deformity, and like this, dang it. Oh, since you went away, a lot changed in the Empire, for us too. If we know that you were still out there, still alive, none of us would have happened. What do you mean? The truth is, If you must go, I won't stop you. But answer me this: who was piloting the ruby weapon? We all know that Neil Van Darnus has now returned from the dead. Who do you think? It was Alessandia. No, I refuse to believe that. I refuse to believe you will let that happen. She was a sister to you, to all of you. We only want to finish what you started. And while we never forgot all you have done for us, the next time we meet, there shall be enemies. Goodbye, Father. I advise you not to pilot anymore, that will just break. As for you here, you'll pay for what you do tonight. Good. Does no one believe in self-defense anymore? Kaiser was exaggerating when he spoke of prowess in battle. Unfortunately, it seems few people remain. Unlike the real weapon, it takes more than brute force to solve them. The guys that I faced the real weapon, I never thought it to be all indestructible. I'm glad to be. Did the kid. Well, the guy is Von Bell, so we meet again. Come to see how precious weapon project has been proceeding in your absence, haven't you? You are come to collect data on the real weapon, correct? The pilot Melisanda should still be inside the cockpit. We asked Melisanda to escort you to the wreckage. Any idea who Melisanda is? An Imperial crony or his perhaps? One of the orphans. Guy has always had an eye for talent and a mind to nurture it. In fact, Livia was another project of his. He even took me under his wing when my father became obsessed with the meteor project. It's strange that I felt closer to Gaius than my own flesh and blood. And he's becoming Batman. Then my father, countless others lost their lives in the Bosnia incident. Although he was actually under Imperial Solus orders, he masterminded the whole thing. I begged him to reconsider to end this madness. My words fell on deaf ear. That's when I turned to Gaius for support, but he was much of a pawn of the Empire as my father, and refused to intervene. And when I took him to serve, I defected and fled to the earth. I blame Gaius as much as any of them, but perhaps even more for the barbaric acts carried out in the name of conquest. When we met at the Atrium, all the hatred that had festered inside me just fade away. I remembered the man I once respected. I think the dreaded Black Wolf was the plaything of an assassin, left him broken in disgrace. I have sent him thousands of men to early grave. It is more than most can bear, but now the lives of children he raised hang in the balance. Guys can wait. I better gather information and I can call Rubik. Come back to you as soon as possible. If only I could. If this was my other OC, I could probably just separate them. Left some. As I remember, it will take not long for him to finish investigating the remains of the Ruben. He was not the one to waste time. me know right away. About the pilot, I'm not sure how to tell you this, but I only hope he was not made to suffer. That would have been a kindness. In all years, I've never seen such a prevalence of science and nature. Her body fused with the ruby weapon's core. Those last moments must have spent in pure agony, as her very life essence was drained from her. She was sacrificed to power the infernal machine. We must act quickly to prevent another empire from committing further atrocities. Kaiser, is there any other information you can share with us regarding Ruby? Oh, I actually was supposed to pay attention. I was like destroying it. What I've gathered sounds as if the data of neo combat capacity was used to override the pilot's consciousness after she was fused with its core. And he had perfected that. Began to implant some memories of renowned warriors such as the White Raven into its soldiers. The Alliance won't stand a chance. Is such a thing even possible? The friend did mention he overheard the signifier loading various sets of data into testament during the battle. It would appear that the system had the combined data of experienced soldiers power result. In doing so, the Empire has sunk into the very depths of depravity. It's beyond. But once I agree with you, yet one question remains unanswered. How were we able to obtain data for someone who was supposedly killed prior to the calamity? That's what I'm trying to determine. There's one possibility I'd like to explore, but I need to carry out more investigation. The various expert will provide support during the battle. Not only is she extremely versed and the latest god Kenan to blow it, a few sort of what I'd rather have watched. High praise. In the meantime, Val and I will follow the ruinous track to the point of origin. We will do what we can with the weapons project in the matter of which Alpha and others are involved. We can cover anything else or pay attention here. From now, I suggest you use a we try to be guessing at the belated reunion of the darling orphans of yours who have stirred up memories of your time in Garland. Remember your agreement, Gaius. If so much need to return to the Imperial Masters, I will kill you. Woo. Put up the river gods. I wish I could have seen it now from this close. Of course, our report ventured higher up. I realized that already up. Who were they fun to fight? The quicks. Things would copy over. Look at the courage of knocking over. I'm gonna talk to the extreme. On the word meditate installation. We should have told him the truth. He would be able to help us. I know he would. That's exactly the problem, Ali. If we knew the true nature of the weapon project, you will find some way to interfere. You've come too far to back down now. I won't let Mrs. Dead be in vain. Even if it means going against father's wishes. Sure, Alphonse. We will all go back to a happy family. We will deal with those pesky Eorzeans. It'll be like just old times. If only it was that simple. There's no guarantee any of us will make it back alive. You've forgotten whose turn is next. It'll fade with me at the helm of the sapphire weapon. It'll be over before you know it. Whatever happens, Rex, promise me you'll come back to us. I couldn't bear to lose you too. You're Emerald, probably. I'm just guessing. Savage dreamt of it with your own eyes. Werlyt would be excited to be slaughtered us in our thousand, but as an avid of a mechanic, I can't help myself. Oh, the Majestic, perhaps a defective weapon. Every time original weapon, I fall in love with the elegant. How much is there more time for wherever I show offering the good to support fans here. I'm proud to say the work is going to like me. Ultimate magical weapon. Do my creation factor. Of course, I wouldn't make an engineer of it. Behold, the elegant relic, the flourishing of the virtual on the range of a bit. My latest work is all that remains of it. All not one. Okay. I'm afraid we have a hit in front line. However, we received where the guys would speak to the Alliance headquarters. Arrange an escort to the headquarters. Ready. That. God wishes I'll take you for a moment. Please be here by inform me for right now. I'm not sure if there's a boss fight, but let me see. Yeah. Yeah. It's nice side towards the yellow, right? Mustard. The way. I swear, if I was at airport when I attempted to launch Alpha to follow us, I swear I can never tell. However, the resistance considerable obstacle likelihood. The weapon will be ready long before we arrive. Approaching the sea would allow us to save time, provided we were able to secure a vessel. Or you can use the Enterprise to take the most direct route of all, as the crowd flows. In fact, the perfect chance to top secret plan in action. And might I ask what that entails? Wouldn't be much of a secret if I told you, would it? What can I say? The starring role planned for you, Kaiser. Me? You didn't get off that easily, did you? It would be. Must admit, I'm a fond of finding secrets of the matter. Imperial systems, though they will have to read now. Approached by the land. I can only hope it does not make sense. I love my mom to death. How do you not know what mustard is? You're part German. What is that? Bro. There it is, Kaiser. I present the Gallant Ironworks adaptation of the ultimate weapon, the G-Warrior. I know elegant design when I see it, advocate of the one of the ruins, not doubt. As I to be precise, when it comes across during the course of investigation, I decided it would be a shame if it would go to waste. you've been taking refit a relic to face the enemy head on. Yes, perhaps my knowledge of the ultimate weapon will be of use. Do I have an ultimate psychic? We kind of need as we need to perform the test run to simulate by throwing you into the battle. Come on, we can. Do you want me to fight this thing? Oh my god. Is where I want you to attack. Damage. Do other damage. Yellow. They're mine! I cost a mana, I'm like, it makes sense that. Ultimate? This was Xenoblade X should have been. Well, the thing wouldn't have been asked. Am I piloting it or someone else is? I'm better by just seeing the specific boost. Wait, is that a stance? Oh! It makes me stronger, but it drains my energy. Should have been handy. Fortunately, he was cheap. What's EP? Is that banana? Oh, it's a banana. No, turn off the barrier and deploy it. Use the Ace or Aegis and destroy the target. How do I get mana? Like, oh, so it's both. Everything's time to end the simulation. Come on. Do it. You're almost there. You better have your wits about you. Do the thing. Julie, do the thing. If you know that reference, you know that reference. Now get ready to strike. Time to fight it over. Save some for me for reset purpose, that is. Oh, nothing. Activate oversoul. So that they initiate organic core overrider. Okay. So you chose to this way. I will launch a specific follow my instruction and limit the target. far he's not doing anything crazy. Yeah. I'm guessing that's a... Watch. Side right, I'm guessing from the side. Fire. Yeah, how was I supposed to dodge that? I feel like it was impossible. Oh my god. I really don't want to waste my mana, so I just, when I use this shield, because it does drain my energy. I'll save my energy, I'm low on energy. We have to be lined up for this one. Oh, still hit with that, really. Let's go, first try, baby. I remember last time. I've been silenced. What? Huh? Where am I? Oh my god. What's the button for me to lose? Damn it, I won. Oh, I won. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know this place, what the hell I was in it. What the? Very imperial. What days I go about daily business. There's an assignment alone with dying, well, I thought he not as a doctor, not as much as a good at it, but when I was proud to stop it. Despite all my years of experience of fancy medicine, for once, worse than I thought, the levels gone and pushed me around to tell me which. As a result, I only saw the imperial kiss and died alone. There was never any good reason to be able to see. They were simply too high above the waters to benefit. The gulls turned me. Well, it sounds like an of aura with their very here over here. All that said, peaceful enough before the goblins. There's much we can do to stop who fought back close for an invasion. Built the deep last airship by experiment. Of course, none of us were privy to what it was they were working on. I expect as much as light now that the bats have turned and fled. What? Go away, I got you, my friend. You're starting to thing lying down. That man's down to the bone, and he just need to heal it. Never let it go. He'll be back for me. And I'm frozen. Oh god. Wait. Oh my god. That's why we better do this. And all parts of the removed even. I thought, however, we can't repeat the mistakes of Garland's ultimate weapon and exploit knowledge of you might have believed our Master Garland has how it is. My system. So we give us prior permission, I don't upgrade with the idea of stealing your 2 cents to the hard work, the same eyes of living creature. Vision. Before my tuition, we made ourselves by picking link signals, not enough frame. So if I push it himself, compared to the original designs, the outward appearance is largely the scenes that we've created over numbers of improvement. The manipulated hands might call them, or were created to call, or modify them to allow. That the boosters were with the ironwork to allow the low fire ability. The current unsuited over the long distance, and there's another area where we've improved. That is an awesome thumbnail. I'll come back to this. I'm gonna inspect it again, but this time I'm gonna use my real. Defeat, perhaps being a large can will be suffice. I mean, every time I possess a fraction of your skill, I could be. Now you did pretty good. Adapted. The warden instead of the researchers are able to. But if it's mental, perhaps we should take one last fallen foe. My father and his friends will track that down sooner or later. Now they're at the doorstep. The sapphire red isn't even. Even so, I should be able to fend them off, or at least buy some time. I should at least. This is a good way to. A good way to die. Is any. XIV. Recon, why are you still here? You're supposed to move the other weapons to the location. You can take care of that when I pilot the Sapphire. What are you talking about? I'm the pilot, not you. There's no need to put your life on the line. Besides, it's still incomplete. I perform my basic maneuvers, so it'll be practically useless in a fight. I have a solution. Oversoul. You want to end up like Miss... No, of course not. I would wish that on my worst enemy. So, which one of these two piloted it? Oh, but she didn't give her life in vain. The ruby had been left behind data that had been used to improve the system. Any further mess? What's the difference does that make? Once Oversoul's activated, the pilot fuses to its core. There's no way back. That's why I said that I should be the one to pilot the Sapphire, not you, Rex. I thought you'd be Emerald because they pulled the CV. UI, but no, I'm the least qualified we have, and less to lose if I don't make it back. No, I won't let you. Please, Rex, hear me out. Ever since we were children, I was the smallest, the weakest, too afraid to stand for it, but I have the best. Now it's my turn to protect you. Take the other weapon and get out of here. See this through the end. To me. Do it for me, for Melisandria. I'm counting on you, Rex. My dog's name is Rex, by the way. You always did have a stubborn streak. Alright, Recon. I won't... Just promise away from me on the other side. We'll meet again, brother. You made me happier than I have any right to be. I finally found my purpose. I have no regrets. Come on, Sapphire. We may be far from perfect, but we have the job to do. Let's give Father something to remember us by. The echo, I presume. What did it reveal to you? It was Recon. Recon, my poor boy. You were braver than most could ever hope to be. Recon, we must find a remaining weapon and end this madness. Tell me, what did you make of? But I understand two of you have acquaintances in the Black Wolf. He claims to have shed his pelt until he took on the hunting master. He's still a man deep down inside. He certainly keeps quiet after the flock of foster children back in the Empire. It seems he would rather bare his teeth to his former masters than allow harm to come to them. Yet, try to mind, I cannot make sense of it. Does he truly fight for the good of mankind, or will he have us to believe, or is he merely biding his time over? There's no such thing as true colors. There never is. I've learned from history that the term "show your true colors" has never been accurate. Honestly, to me, it all comes down to what you're faced with and like how you react to it. People react to stuff differently. 1 minute, even the kindest souls can turn around. Even the most even a bad nature can show some good. It's never. That's why I never understood that term. The true colors term is always something I've never understood because it's not a real thing. Because there's more than just what you are, and circumstances, situation, what event always changes. Motive changes. Like you can never find so much true color because there isn't any way to find so much true color. That's always been something. I have guys. Guys, with 20 years shortly after the fall of Alameda, they continued their march into our land long before. We sought to repel the invaders, but we were woefully unprepared. Our bows and arrows were no match for their magic. Even our powerful magic that. I fought on the front line and I was knocked unconscious in the opening. When it came, I was alone when the rest of me were slaughtered. I hurried back to the village and look for my wife, only to find the place deserted. It seems I would disappear our trade. Finally learned from two imperials held have captured and used as test treasure the poisons that will later be known as the Black Rose. They were never seen again. For 20 years I roamed aimlessly with nothing but hatred to keep me alive. I eventually found myself in Order who offered me a place in the ring. The desire for revenge was the only thing I had left, so without a moment I accepted. But it would not far where I would have been loath to work alongside my soul, the city-dwelling villain who was so long has treated my kind as outcast. But none of that matters anymore. It is a commonly Operation Archive once led the charge from the Victoria. We were right behind you. When the place was coming down, most of us were cut and rolled. I escaped with my life. Having dragged myself from a rebel, I sought to stay out. It was then I encountered none other than Kaiser on the verge of death. The gods have delivered me, the man who conquers have robbed me of everything. I was posed to exact revenge, and then he spoke. I will not beg for mercy. I only ask for you to stay your hand a while longer. I cannot die until I rid the world of the Ascian menace. For millennia mankind has danced on their tune, but no more. Then once we are finally free, our life is yours for the taking. I would have struck him down, and then had I not sensed the truth of his words, I granted him a stay for execution and joined him on this hunt. At last, I kept a close eye on Gaius, and though he's never been a watch for pursuers, he has granted me an ample opportunity to slay him if I choose to, and I still might, if he shows even the slightest sign of betraying our agreement. Now the Ascian may are my chosen quarry. If they are indeed the ones pulling the Empire string, then it shall not end until they are eradicated every last one. Though I could not save my kin, there are those who may have. Unfortunately, dealing with the Ascians, we have waited until we have brought an end to Garment's weapon. Though we may have vanquished two of their weapons, we must make an effort each Garment's source. Perhaps Severa tell us I work to have covered information of note. I cannot stop you for what. This is a long. Granted, most of it's just waiting for a lobby. I'd rather you didn't share what we discussed with my traveling companion. It will only compliment. Our workers are still in the separate investigation. Though they have yet to report, there is some news to show. Please hear wait more. I gave you a preliminary report. Were you able to recover anything else? Before a band of facility attempted to destroy anything they could, including many of the research that luckily some of the related to Sapphire weapon in combat were intact. Judging by what we saw during the battle, I also appears that Sapphire weapon was actually in incomplete state, therefore unable to perform its Even so, the mighty powerful had been given a chance to finish it before it arrived. Indeed, we may not have some fortunate time. We must prepare for the worst. And how we will continue to investigate the sapphire and look into. The Echo has a glimpse of the connection between Recon and Rex. Finally, do you remember any other detail? Improvements were made to since the RSI to prevent malfunction, and it's never their intent to create a manifestation of nail. So one thing wasn't intended. Oversoul actually resulted in the pilot being absorbed by the core, killing them in the process. Rex and Rekka were fully aware of this, were they not? The death of the pilot was by design all along. How could you? Sacrificing your own sibling to fuel these accursed war machines. Surely there is no cost worth paying such a price. Nothing is more precious than family. Nightmare is far from where it appears Rex have fled with the remaining weapons. If we assume that Alphonse has every intention of sending them into battle, we must find a way and disable them before Oversoul can be activated. I've seen enough that I do not wish for any more. Okay, let's be about it. Alright, you're in charge here. Keep Sid and the team safe while they carry on this. Please that no harm comes to Gaius. While they're gone, I need to relay everything to the resistance. Your first 10 encounters should prove useful. If there's any development, make sure to contact. How do I get back here? The locals. Rush your head. At this stage, the information would be better if nothing. I will find you wherever you are. Wrong person. You're a Bonnie, huh? Oh, the locks. Kind of keep forgetting the name of this place. I will read that at the end. I judge you by the fact that you are here in one piece. Actually, I wouldn't mind putting the G words, though its pace is certainly more stimulating. I can compile information into a report. Leave it. Do you feel inclined? If you ever anything. Oh, that's cool. I got the weapon first. Well, it makes sense that you can't really farm this material. I thought Recon would be Emerald, but yeah, the hair is like, we didn't make it that obvious in the loop. Alphonse, I came to deliver my report, Lord Valens. Ah, so you return, young Alfred. Or was it Alwick? Nobody matters. Of course, my brothers and sisters have allowed the sapphire fall to the hands of the enemy. Do tell me it isn't so. I'm afraid that is the case, Lord Valen. Oh, come on. No need to be sullen, as they say. To err is human, to forgive divine. And you know how forgiving I can be when it suits me. They went a bit much with this animation, considering the war. Now tell me, whatever your name is, you're able to, who was able to best the sapphire weapon? Our sources state it is known as the Warrior of Light and was assisted by Sid Garland and Giles Van Belsel, my lord. Guys, it seems he's been quite the troublemaker of late, defecting from Garland, assassinating the Emperor, whatever next. Oh, well, there's no use in crying over spilled milk. You're gonna spill the milk. Speaking of which, I've been quite connoisseur since arriving to Werlyt. This particular variety comes a rare breed of cow, you know. Only 100 of them exist and pampered every day of their lives. They are quite valuable until the milk dries, that is. When it does, they're sent to the slaughter, like all the rest, but that is their lot in life. To be discarded once they've served their purpose. Did I create the ruby and sapphire so that they could deliver them gift wrapped to the enemy? I can see it now. Sid Garland rubbing his hands with glee at all technology marvel we bestowed onto him. And you let guys of all people get the better of you? How do you think that reflects on me, the leader of the VIP? Humiliated by the traitor, humiliated, I say. The only way I can deal with worthless is like you. Wait for me in the correctional chamber. You'll be taught a lesson in obedience. Yes, my lord. Forgive my intrusion, Lord Valens. It is time for your meeting with the head of the Magitek development. Oh, time flies when you're whipping useless soldiers in this tape. Yes. I'll be along once I've made my present, but can't have thinking I let my standard slip now, can I? This is very unsettling. What are you doing here? You wish to see me, Lord Valens? Did I now? Oh yes, that's right. You're A-list. You joined the military of your own free will along with your fellow orphans. Such devotion, what an inspiration you are, you see. It is my firm belief that love grants us the power to move mountains, to overcome any obstacle. Together we shall discover the strength that lies within you. Take my hand, child. I will show you the way. You... That is an aura. You show me the way. That is a wild scene. They really animated like the milk and the sweat. Yep. Good to see you, Kaiser. Please report to Master Garland and Squib. In fact, he would like to rendezvous with the guys in the town square where he revealed what they found. Wait, is there like a ethereal thing I can warp here to, just in case? Probably not. It was not planned twice, waiting for your arrival. Those Imperials may have gone, but scars have left us on this one without a heal. Now that you are perhaps that will finally design the dispense of findings. Inform him of Kaiser's arrival. Thanks for coming. So, have you discovered? You'd be told that we were lucky to obtain any information at all, considering the lengths the Imperials went to covering the track. You see, the hangar below was not stored weapons to play a critical role. Now that the encoded 3 weapons, Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. Obviously, we are familiar with the first 2. The third is something as a known quantity. At the very least, it confirms the existence of another of those abominations. Locals have seen it yourself, and for either land or air. Which of course leaves us with one option, according to sea. Fragmented were able to recover the emerald weapon is equipped, much like Sapphire. Meaning its escape from the tank would have gone undetected and potentially be aware now. Its alpha choice will be yours, yeah. Traveling by sea will allow it to communicate from the Gilman's entirely. The lines must be alerted at once. Hold your chocobo, Severa. That the emerald weapon was still incomplete would screw the tank cliff. It's more likely that it is transported to another facility. It's suspicious correct, and that would be the narrow search of the 2 possible locations. Cache to minimum the Rotten Sea, and crash only at the eastern lost. Both of which were known to harbor Legion. You're very me, but our object is unchanged. Valorant, you and Severa will make it with the cache other, while Kaiser and I have to cache to minimum. We locate the emerald weapon, we will give a seamless dispatch to G-War and eliminate it before. It disappoints you, but we're still repairing the damage it sustained during an encounter with the Sapphire weapon. When elegant machinery has its uses, the bugger will find replacement parts in a pinch. We're actually working on expanding its impressive arsenal, but the G-War itself is no fit for combat. While I'm aware that this is far from adequate replacement, I can provide it for submission. Kaiser and Gallus reach. I'll set it one in Whisper Bay. I do not understand. Perhaps Severa and I will encounter ourselves fortunate that our destination can be approached by land. I pray you safe journey. Watch over it there. Good. Wow, it's been a while. Wow, this city has been assembled with Imperial weapons. The much is ready when you are. By the part, it will receive a script regarding it. Apparently, it's used for levity. So we do not acquire purposes. Sounds like our eyes and back of the head, but we as well. You have our thing. After all, for one, if the emerald weapon is indeed it would need one's might the measure to keep intruders out, but security can be traced to recognize it. It would treat the facility. It's only a matter of time before over. Must silence the war machine before that happens. Feeling that and grant my poor soul as a time in mercy of the swift death. As the wound healed, I could have gone with you, but I fear I would not only slow you down as much. I shall provide what support I can from afar. Whatever happens, must be defeated at all costs. Allow us settlement. App. The emerald weapon. I've been expecting you. You're here. The power we have. Finally. Remember. Goodbye. Or was it? Also, they're talking. Kenan. Because we don't need to wait for the talent. The list, no version made during my yet as a matter of fact, I only permission of people to gather. And to set the same order of people Finally, I just in the one of the alliance will follow me sooner. Meanwhile, the way is now near the city. here as soon as we could. Not that we could have done anything to prevent this tragedy. For what we know, it seems the Emerald weapon was a great deal more powerful than the previous two. It was allowed to continue. Who knows what's nevertheless, Kaiser was once again proving himself capable of overcoming the worst that the Empire had. Maybe released to clear the cash owner was free of anything resembling a weapon. Unfortunately, he was also devoid of any use for the became here. Part of me wishes we had never found the Emerald weapon. Perhaps then Rex would be forced to make ultimate sacrifice. Only hope that his carrying his fate work will search for the place Taliban and for that allow me to do the area of booby traps like I would not pass the Imperial Club. The examination of that is. All this time, didn't you? Not Rika now. Do expect everyone to accept me. You, Rex. This is what the sense of it is. Between Kyle and Court, lead to oversoul. Unless you use it, we don't have a chance to be Father's newfound friend that stands between us and Primal. Without which weapons never reach their full potential. The truth, oversoul try to stop us. Of course I would. And what I don't understand is why of all you are you still willing to give up your life for the weapon trial? What's it all for? It all began the day Father left. Without his guidance and protection, the Guardians lost any respect they once had for us. The cruelty fails in prison to Valen. Countries like us are expendable commodity, and a supply of test subjects with twisted experience. But no matter what they do to us, we will never lose hope. It is our duty of strong people we will become strong and protect those who can. The project will give us the strength we need. We will create a world where the people like us can live without fear of presence. New world for yourself, Ali. Even if we must give our lives to make that a reality. But why me? Your spin app has changed us all except you, Ali. Even after everything you've seen, you're still carrying the girl we grew up with. More than any of us. You deserve a chance of happiness. That's why we all agreed. Ali, listen. Right now, the soldiers assigned to watch over us have been all the way to the capital. Now's our chance to get you out of here. So why don't you all come with me? If I were to run away now, they only force others to take our place. We can't let that happen. That way of upholding that cause still to us. Our lives are a small price to pay for wealth and freedom. No, how can you expect me to leave you behind? I won't do it. Or be at your side, Al. Don't lose. Plan is to hand over cash from your father, is that right? They will take Ali into custody for the island while you were free to pilot the Emma Reaper without her interfering. You can hinder completion of the weapon. And now, a lot of sacrifices being made. But have you forgotten what I told you? You mustn't use oversoul. I can't lose the deal. Oh no, I can't win without it. Besides, you need the combat data of Emerald Weapon fighting at its peak. If we were to have a chance of a perfect authorized system, you know I'm not supposed to do that. Forgive me. What about me? That's where I'm. I'll do it with a smile on my face. The rest is up to you. That would explain why he. He was locked in a cell. I say no harm letting her out and save protection and fight in order. Fine. Guys, once you straight to the core, take it back to the current clip for analysis. Perhaps you should come with, but there's no use in saying. Red talking to Ali, but if time something to her, I settled. The vision you with one across her way, one safe. She's ready, I know four of her brothers will touch you. You must resort to the task. You must give her more time to recover. Oh. You've checked her from inside, saw that her back is covered in welts and bruises. This to her. She was subject to a beating on a regular basis, judging by the various stage of bruises. And this is the work of her Garland master. You've gone too far. Speak to those who've seen this before. I've lived through it myself. I was born in Werlyt, 23 summers past. My mother was a local woman, but my father was a pure-blood Garlian and a member of the occupying force. I know very little about him. His rank afforded me imperial citizenship. The knowledge of our family ties was extensive. Responsible he took for bringing me to this world. I more than can say for the most. My mother and I were shunned by the people who treated us as badly as the Garlians, if not worse. I thought that if I were to become an imperial soldier, my position might the tear of the past on my mother, not only out of fear, I joined you. The acceptance earned was that, however, my superiors would blame any perceived shortcomings on my savage lineage, rather than waste time on official recruitment to administer their own form of trouble. Eventually, they signed the 6th clause under Zeno's Bengals and Alamigo. That chaos that afforded our defeat, I seized opportunity to speak. But it was never much of a home. It was all I had, but nothing to prepare me for our waiting. My mother had formerly suffered from poor health and relied on medicine to keep her alive, and my African gods had denied her treatment, claiming that it would be wasted on savages. By the time I could return to society, there was nothing I could do. There was nothing left for me worth. I would be punished for desertion if I discovered and I was never accepted by sister. I ran as far as my legs could carry me, then I met Gaius. So that is the truth of it. Other than the few scant details, I knew not of the past. The significance that I once under the same banner as this child. I believed it was due to be gone to lead the weak, yet there were those who drunk up power forged by the station, prey on their souls, prey on once they... Sounds like my old manager, like my that's one word. Those with gun, but perhaps like in the alley, she would be scared. One should pass behind. Like, but for now, all we can do is wait. Watch. Let's ask if there were. That is on my hands, like your would this confronted from the British last overcome ammo weapon, all the causes of it. Another young life was cut short. Here at my alley, if you will not dismiss us, the significance of who some I would say provide you not causing a harm. I'm sorry what happened back last my fault. My sons are reaping you. They died because of my foolish ambition. Father, no. This cannot go on. Please, Ellie, you must tell me all you know. Of course, I need to know what became of you and your sibling after we parted. So much has happened since our lifetime. After your disappearance, we were all assigned to a new reform field. First, each of us was quickly replaced by an eventually a man named Valin was given command. He was sent to the capital, but before that, he was a specialist in experimental magic weapons. We later discovered that he was ordered by the Imperial Varus to complete a project involving primal machinery of weapons, but after the Emperor's death, he was free to employ whatever method he saw fit, and his speed and power only grew. Some say he was planning to use the power of the weapon to claim the throne. I think there's another reason for his obsession with the weapon project. Not that he'd ever tell, but he always muttered to himself, I've been able to be jealous of you, father. I must admit, I was only recently that I first heard that name. Valin used his knowledge of magic and devised very military strategy. He was given position in the army. He rose to the rank. That was until one stood in his way. You, father. He was one of the candidates for the lead of the 14th Legion, and the role fell to you. After that, he was assigned to serve under a far more gifted engineer, Nero, who was in charge of restoring the ultimate weapon. Valin has resented you ever since, going so far as to oppose the ideals that you upheld, and when you treated those who serve empire based on merit rather than race origin. Valin's adamant that pure-blooded governance are far superior to others. And he never ceases to amaze me how far some will go to in revenge. All that hatred festered away until To Val and his men, we are not more than a fodder to his experiment. Playthings on which they can have frustration. Every day is filled with nothing but pain. If I had remained in Parliament, we never forced to endure this. Not your fault, Father. We could have fled with Valence from. After all, your expendable ease replaced, and the truth is that way we can. Saving ourselves, we would be condemning others. But if we were to stay, we would gain the power of the Fenwell. Then the find a way to call home, not just for us, but for anyone who wishes. You would give your life for a future you may not listen. You took the courage from your teaching. Strong must lead the weak, and we would gain the strength by whatever means necessary. We fight for the sake of those who come, and we knew that you'd never attempt our participation in weapon, which is why we returned to ourselves. As the pilots, we are the only ones who are able to stop Valen. We know just how powerful the weapons are. We can use it to bring. And his masterpiece is worth them all. If only I could get my hands on it, and I could save Alphonse and all the others. Father, I know you and Alphonse are opposing side of this conflict, but there must be some way you can help him. He may have called you our enemy before, but he never meant to. He still loves you, Father. You are everything he aspires to be. I failed him, I failed you all. I refuse to abandon him to his fate. I'll free him from Valence. It was the last thing I could do. You need to do more than. Listen, I only sought to rebuild the world as I saw fit. The mortal was born. We're going not to be destroyed. Alphonse must now not follow in my footsteps. I'm not alter where that lay. I will do all I can to help your brother. Pray, tell me where he is. I'm sorry, I don't know where he is. In that case, I shall have the Alliance scouts. Wherever he is, we will find him. Asiali, we must stay here and rest. You're the one who fought Rex, Kenan. We're the ones who spent your homeland. You only did what you had to do. I have no right to ask you this, but lend my father your strength. Save Alphonse. You got it. I know why they call you a hero. So I must going against Paul's wishes. I have a good feeling about his new friend. I can read minds. Our allies must be informed of this troubling event, and I ask you to relay the news to the troops in your front. Your loving father act may fool the others, but not me. For every life you saved, ended 1,000 more. Or is that your idea of redemption? Call it what you will. For all my transgression, I believe I still have a part to play. Was I wrong to spare you that day, or will you honor your word? It seems the time has come for the black wolf to show its true colors. Yeah, true colors means like I'm gonna make a decision. Even feed on the very last supplies. Story of the station where part of the occupied territory where I'll find. Going to add another weapon lies in know where. You must know where Stanley is. However, where I have to find an Alphonse will not be far away. experiment. I've been caring for my mother for a long time away. The only thing I have about super best-sized manners. We're grateful. Rather than I shall add this over the growing sex report. Did anyone wish to review the information? The looks of the ordeal have taken their toll. We'll get to show if anything requires. So then. Three weapons with displays. Whereas one of the prime Kenan, your sister, no less, has escaped. But the swine Gaius. But after I've done you for her, this is how she repays me. As her older brother, it's your responsibility to instill some discipline in her, and you failed miserably. Well, don't just stand there, boy. Of course, it's your first time. Come along, there's no need to be shy. Something wicked has taken hold on him. They have tried to cleanse its troubled spirit. It may look painful, but it's only the only way, I assure you. You'll be ever so grateful if you want to get better, don't you? Let's try again, shall we? This is so weird. What's that? Berries and cream, berries and oh, sorry, I had to. Berries and cream, 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 berries and cream. I'm sorry, I had to. Oh, he's like, F my life. Berries and cream! Well done. You made your All made firepower, very indeed. I'm a little loud. Since you all went to your escape, it falls to you to act as a replacement. I choose you to be the next pilot on the mission to simply kill Kaiser, whatever it takes. If you so much as enter an idea of betray me, I'll exterminate every last one of your kind. Grumman, you. Having said that, you will forcibly initiate oversoul using Xenos' combat data. So whatever schemes you'll be hatching will never likely to come to pass. All you need to do is sit back and let the sensor outside do the work, with you as its conduit. You should thank me for allowing you to become part of my masterpiece. Your work has some semblance of meaning. Lord Valance, your oversoul trials are complete. You await your orders. There's never a dull moment around here. But who would like to see something special? Come on, everyone. I'll have secrets to share with you. I wonder what's going through onto his mind. Thanks to all the sacrifices by my leadership, finally the weapon will be mine. Once it reaches perfection, unstoppable. First balance, then the empire will fall. Will be at last. Father, keep Alice. Then, I'll see you just through the end, I promise. And then watch over me. Is it ready or not? The trial sequence has been primed. Get on with it. Okay. Loading dime weapon simulation. What's going on here? You're helping us with the Werlyt. Whatever your name is, the time has come for you to contribute to the glory of Werlyt. isn't what we agreed. He said that I took part in the pyramid. There's Xenos' data loader. Yes, activate Oversoul. Be quick about it. Yes, Lord Valor. Galvez combat sample ready. Initiate organic core override. Stay with you. Down. Simply down to seek out prey, right from the outset. Regardless of the combat planet, because I need an obedient servant, not a ravenous beast. Now shut it down. Activating Allstrike system. Revolting. What a mess. Just the same for preparing another one. Fortunately, we have the next subject video like. Good. You refuse to leave his friend in exchange for his cooperation. Mama, I never knew you were such a woman. It's great bargain with savages. More a fool for him for trusting me in the first place. Remember, dude. Hope you have a word with you. The Shadow was liberated. We've been sending troops to Indian and back on our feet. The rest is sort of thing. The Almegans, our hard lives can be struggling and send it only. A lot what most people would take for granted was good. Which is why we built it when it comes to providing basic resources. There are countless other problems when you spare time for future help. You are saying, I suppose, I'm sure no benefits from Nigeria. I have a word with the usual escort. I will show. were defeated by stuff. Yeah. I heard so much about you, I doubt you were one. My name is Alvina, I grew up here. When I saw 16, I was able to imagine. I see you now we hear of the Imperials. I fear of us will show. For decades we stubborn hand by generation of young people were forced into the army. And then also die in a distant. I helped us live long enough to make their own. In the end, though my efforts were in vain, at least I want to have at least some mistake. Truth. I'm sure every single minute I need to say at least only exists, it would be inside the Imperial to fight with resistance troops I would engineer. Perhaps you would get a word with me. I'll leave him. I do. Can I help you with? And usually one of the locals so interested in her leaving the steam as a reason. To carry out an investment with close place also prevent any ferry. Consider you. So I better go with her just in case other pick up. If we're in trouble, you have my saying. He's not just that, I was glad to help. As I said, the Imperials kept detailed records of all local contracts. One name is my friend, Melisande. I have no idea if you can assign us to the bill. Ooh, about that. It began while we were serving Niger. We had most in common, but I'm afraid we both were being drafted to the same occupied territory, and we soon became firm friends. And one day she was sent to fight Eros's while I remained. The day before she left, we came to say goodbye. Together, her foster siblings from the orphan. The youngest from Recon was pretty upset about not being allowed to speak with their adopted father before they departed. There was actually another one, an orphan, Leva's Junior, who forbid them from seeing him. I can't say for certain, but it seemed Olivia had a strong attachment to Gaius, and who would let anyone else know. But as far as I could tell, he tried his best to keep Olivia at arm's length whenever possible. The Western was borderline an exception. He was practically extremely jealous at the slight sign of affection between him and the ward. Others, however, didn't carnal, but in fact, attached from while they were surprised to see that the Rogan had risen to such a rank, which was even more taken back as unspoken to his subordinates. The hope of serving him, the time had come when we had to leave. We shared a final word, and he was gone. It wouldn't be the last I ever saw her. After that, I was assigned to by Nero Toscavia, and I worked once with him. I was even at the Praetorium on the day it was destroyed. I escaped aboard an Imperial ship before. Eventually make my way to Werlyt, only to be drafted into the Vil Legion. Even now, it makes me sick to my stomach. I helped out bring those abominations to the world. Using a defeated weapons corps was part of the design at the very beginning, of course. They never dreamed of subject to true-born Gallian such a bear treatment, nor that the Vil Legion had made to supply Providence swept by for taking. Half are referred to only by their core name, and we engineers were not made to prize their Jordan. Even with the list of contracts, I still didn't know who sacrificed them. can I do? For years, I've only known how to build suits of destruction. The village is far finished. They're biding their time, waiting until the right moment to unleash their final weapon. When they do, it will brought not by the death of war, but all who stand in their way. Even after everything they take from us, they still want more. If it weren't for the Empire, Melisandre would still be. She was the kindest person I've ever met. The Empire is just another pawn in the game. I can never. There's a way I can make different from another. But first, I need to see what the member of the Ironwork. I've seen that the war maker you used to be Sapphire will be called in action. Until then, there is still time to make improvements. I still be ahead with the plan of stopping the Empire was simpler. I hope Melisandre and others can wait a little longer. Before I go, I don't know what I won't hear over you. Until we meet again. Nothing. After that, the thing of a town when they first did it, for all years, I died up for nothing. Now I saw my. It was alright. If you have to go ahead now that you get a chance to push up it. The whole real. Liberation is one small town will all become the pivot moment of recognition. That will be long before the rest of the region is Naturally will be honored to fight alongside the people of Werlyt. We want to reconcile the Imperial so that they can carry on doing our for you and the others. The ending was sure as a kind of information. But the development. Thanks, I take it from you. Hey, it's you! Glad to see you looking well, Kaiser. So, yes, I've seen you around. Anyone who thinks you're trying to avoid. I'm on the other up. That intention imbecile who thinks them. Of all the people you've been singing for, you're not a joke that stings. this investigation, people suffering from amnesia back in the head. Alright. So happy that there's something to your person. I'll take it from here. It's been too long. If it has, I haven't seen you around manga. I've been around, I was just looking for leaks. As much as I love to stand on China, I have faced all the liberation. People will also have their hearts down. Like-minded citizens have railed under the banner of the world revolutionary, aim to dispose a currently occupied city. The ranks include any form of contact between them. They pose small amounts of combat training. The only thing that lack is someone to lead them. After considering, they decided to turn none other than Gaius of Elsar, of course, any who balk at the thought of turning to a former enemy. Remain good. The desperate time to commit. As a regis speaks for itself, and most Alamegans to the test. He was far from reasonable again immediately and his president, Mad King Theodore, or his successor Xenos, for that matter. But most probably he was the one who led the invasion of Werlyt in the first place, so who better to take it back? After accepting their offer, he requested the delivery of additional arms and provisions from Alamega resistance. Not that would have much to spare at present, but we'll do what we can while the comrades need a preparation. I believe assigned me to him person. I was wondering if you would come. Coming face to face with the Black Room is rather daunting to process, even if he is supposed to turn over a new leaf. But I'm sure you there will make the world different. Leave your acquaintance with the escort. Let him know when you're ready to go. Comrades, we're dead against all people in charge. If you want the job done properly, hire a professional. After all, he conquered Werlyt once. I'm certain he was. A long time, but finally, what was worst? Guys, I presume. I come to bear Alamega's resistance. Official reply to your request, aid. I see, you have my thanks. Does this mean we can finally make our move? With the assistance of Alamega, we soon have sufficient arms. But lest we forget, the Legion of conservative strength thus far, and we must prepare for the civic capture. Our lives must be the price of freedom. We'll pay it willingly. let me clear. When Alliance, it was you who led the Even so, the people who chose you to lead the revolution, we will honor the decision. I only hope they will not come to regret it. As I do. First I shall submit to their judgment and whatever they may entail. Forgive me, but we must return to the task at hand. First, I'd like to see discussion of transmission supplies for Alamigo. This way, if you please. Once again, I am prepared to lead an army into Rock. The irony is lost on me. It's a cruel twist of fate, you see. So desperate for years of oppression should turn to the conqueror for salvation. For most of the time, I believed that only the Empire possessed the right to wisdom. Does he remember I teabagged him after I defeated him? Foreseen the doctrine. Every territory of potential greatness, with regards for one birth of that they may serve the Empire. But there was a valiant you see born into virtue one would think a monster such as him would eat everything until Valen upon a homeland makes a mock of the ideals it once stood for. By my hand he shall pay for his foul crime. We're running out of time, guys. We have to go after her. There's something I will show you. Not here. Come with me. Why did Alice have to keep this all secret so he could have helped her? You must keep this to yourself. I do not want any sort of think I'm being distracted by personal matters. This letter we found in a room. I'm sorry for leaving you while saying goodbye, but the thought of Alpha and suffering alone, I must. For the sake of the funeral, I decided to take it in my own hands. I know of a way to save them. A way to end it all. I have to seize the chance before it's too late. My mind said, "Please do not try to stop me, Father." Days was spent together with the happiest of my life, and no matter what happens, nothing. Into the even stronghold and birth. I'm certain of it. Taking matters into our own hands. We need to take control of one of the weapons. If so, there's no chance to waste. We have to mobilize our force to save Ellie and Alfonso. I want nothing more to save them, but I cannot ask one of the revolutionaries to risk their lives to rescue 2 Imperial soldiers. In case we were to rush into battle despite the Werlyt Legion would, as a capable warrior, if he were able to charge Helen the army, he would be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. But if we don't do something, Alfonso is as good as dead. So did Ali. Returning alive was never part of her plan. Can you hear me? I'm in revolt. You're outside collision. All hell has broken loose. There's no explosion, though the smoke and flame Also, we're pursuing another weapon. At this rate, the entire... Confounded, we lost the signal. This must be what Ali spoke in her letter. A way to end it all. Unless the others were planning this from the beginning. Bring the weapon project to completion, use it the free will from the Empire, even at the cost of their own lives. When we were here, the weapon has been unleashed upon Imperialist headquarters. They will be strike. If it's running amok between allies and Imperials, a large force would draw much attention, but the three of us should be able to close enough without noise. Can't allow it. This is my burden to bear. I shall bear it alone. Very well. For the time being, I will have the revolution stand by, await my signal. To reclaim wealth may be yet present, but we must first be allowed to remove the threat of this new weapon. Serva, have said ready to you, warrior. Understood. Let's reconvene outside the hangar. Sometime earlier in the... How wonderful it is to see you again, my dear. I was beginning to think that you weren't coming back. In my impatience, I may have vented my frustration on the brother of yours. I do hope you'll forgive me. You mentioned before that the previous weapons was merely a prototype used to gather combat data within their course. Very good. I see you were paying attention after all. Ruby, sapphire are primals that absorb ruby, sapphire, emerald. The primals that absorb the data they accumulate will serve a singular purpose. The completion of my masterpiece, the diamond weapon. But while you and your siblings were able to retrieve the necessary data from the ruby before Gaius and his lackeys arrive, the sapphire amber were handed to the enemy on a silver platter. Those worthless curs failed to meet even my exceedingly low expectations. As detailed in my report, I took it upon myself to infiltrate Gaius, Belsar's band of rebels, and reclaim the data. Yes, and you've done very well, my dear. My engineers have already finished feeding it to the diamond weapon. And all that remains is for me to assume my role as the pilot, and for you to release my brother and the rest of the compatriots as per our agreement. Of course, of course. A handful of savages is a small price paid for your remarkable talent. Even though the weapon project revolution allows even an untrained pilot to fight with the skills of a veteran soldier, only a truly gifted can draw upon the full potential of a synthetic artist. In addition to their physical attributes and combat prowess, I require unwavering loyalty before I can even consider entrusting a candidate with one of my creations. And you are everything I desire. I'm honored that you regard me so highly. However, in return for my continued cooperation, I wish to propose an extra condition to our arrangement. I request that the people in Werlyt be given full imperial citizens and the right to self-govern. My, how very bold of you. That's quite astute at it. Yes, I could grant if I survive. Unfortunately, A mere legatess such as myself is in no position to simply relinquish control of Imperial authority on a whim. Come now, we both know that the weapons are but a means to an end. Your true intent is to march on the capital and claim it to yourself, correct? Once you've taken the throne, one small territory would seem a fair reward for those who play a vital role in the ascension to Empire Valens. I say, for someone so sweet and innocent, you certainly drive a hard bargain very well. If Werlyt is what you want, it's yours. I'll soon have no need for this sticking back by promise anymore. What about my brother? Ah yes, Alec. Alfred, whatever his name is, you needn't worry. I made special arrangements for him. He'll be pretty safe, provided you uphold your side of the argument. Excellent. Now let's get you aboard the Diamond, shall we? One step closer to my coronation. I know this isn't what all you wanted, but it's the only way. Please forgive me. Initiating simple RI system. Also, so far so good. Time weapon, codename Xenos, commencing act. Behold, perfection itself. In the center, Rex gave it their lives. The others may live without fear. It's taking hold. I'm just glad that you didn't have to go through this, Alphonse, but you have to go on without me. You and your father still must work together too. Sorry, I can't be at your side. This is the only way. What's that, my dear? Is something the matter? It's mine. Your tyranny ends here, Velis. If you think the other opponent have been fooled, you are sorely mistaken. You are waiting for it. Oh, the activation signal. It's not responding. Instead of had me worried for a moment. Bring her to me alive, even if it means damaging the machine. When I'm through with her, she'll beg for death. I cannot hear him. Diamond hand. Off, wherever you are, lend me your strength. Initiate overmind. Subject, name. Overmind? What is that? This can't be. It's ignoring the shutdown signal. It's initiating overmind, but how? Okay, stop that thing before it brings down the whole cast. Were not for you, I suspect the guy would have ventured into the world by himself with a little more gunplay and protection. Thank you for persuading him to take a less. I was unable to save him, but there may yet be hope for him. Made it apart. As I expected, another weapon appeared, but not quite like this. According to after it finished laying waste to the headquarters of, it took to the skies. Though this is the ultimate massive blow to Imperial forces, I'm certain that Ali is on board with the weapon. They may be halted before she comes to harm, and for that I need the G-Warriors. I see that one thing hasn't changed since your days as a buffer. You're a penchant for a gigantic war machine. It means the G-Warrior has no chance to shine. I'd be happy to oblige. Only this time rather have a unceremoniously towed by an airship, but I have more to. It's good to see you again, Kaiser. We have you to thank for every volunteering to help the Ironwork. Since she joined the team, our work has come leaps and bounds. I'm just grateful for the opportunity to finally put my knowledge and skills to good use. And far as I can tell, your target is the diamond weapon, the most powerful of them all. What's worse is designed to incorporate all the combat data and abilities of other weapons, making it far more formidable than you have encountered before. Thankfully, we had time to prepare for such an occasion. You would care to elaborate? Let me put it like this. Thanks to Avilia, Alice, the duo has been reborn. There's a time, 6 more hours, come on, the other person is waiting now. What the hell is that? Especially my ass for this. purpose it serves? And that one is used to rescue the pilot. You add more come to serve, not to end them, but the reason the tree warrior has been born, I present you the savior. The main arena. Enterprise should get these out of turn to be you and guys are the damn weapon. I do my best to aid in a safe return as well. Hopefully we'll take advantage. Yes. Off the safe, fostering Alpha out the answer. Please do everything to bring him back safely. That's creepy. Well, we required to remove ourselves. Due to the added complexity, we have seen the guy when Wallen handles the various armaments. Agreed. There will be a little opportunity for us to grow accustomed to our roles, but even so, we duration. Sometimes in the time last one we got the original. Like a pet is the most beautiful failure. I got him. Easy, brother. Oh, whoa. He's gonna fall. He was styling him. Bro was styling. Bro. Fine, somebody's level 3, Jesus Christ. There we go. Feel vulnerable. That was oh my god. We reached the dining room before Imperials. In all years since the invasion, this place has hardly changed. I was expecting to find some here. The Imperial diamond weapon have already taken them out of the equation. I pray we're not too late. Hey. Allie. Please take her back to camp. I have some unfinished business to attend. Alright, up you go. Now to learn what became of Alphonse. If I had a score to settle, now's a chance to show yourself. Come to gloat, have you guys? It's not over yet. You certainly have an instinct for self-preservation. I wouldn't expect nothing less than for a coward who sacrificed his own soldier to further his ambitions. How dare you speak of my ambitions? You are the one who stood in my way at every turn. It's not for If not for your meddling, the Empire would have been mine. Enough of your delusion of grandeur. Where is Alphonse? Why, he's right in front of you. What? Once you hear the answers, you kick yourself not realizing it sooner. You see, all the previous models of Kaiser were either incomplete or unstable in some way, making their performance in battle wildly unpredictable. An idea struck me. Rather than using data gathered in battle, I should use something a little more realistic. It turns out that beloved boy of yours was quite brilliant when he puts his mind into it. By my ingenuity, he was reborn as the core of the great machine ever devised. None but the great Lord Valence could conceive such marvel. To think that Alice came here to steal the diamond weapon to save her brother, only to find he's already become a part of it. Perhaps it wasn't the reunion she envisioned, but I'm sure she's grateful nonetheless. Oh, that might explain why Overmind activated all by itself. It was clearly an attempt to protect his precious sister. A fascinating anomaly, but I can't stand disobedience. Such a treasure should continue unabated is proof of the rot that has spread through the Empire. Your crimes are an affront not only to Garlemald but to all mankind, and now you will die. Have you forgotten, Gaius? I've seen your data. I know your every move. Such a pitiful swordsman is a relic of the past, just like you. This wasn't in my data. It's an automated system. How is it still functional? Removing memory inhibitors. You? That's the one. Even the names of those sacrificing twist experiments are beneath your notice. You are beyond redemption. Who are you to judge a man? Do you remember the names of tens of thousands of women whom you killed for the sake of your conquest? I do not deny the blood, nor will I run from my past. That's why I fight to prevent the wrongs I've committed from being repeated. Better than go. Oh, fun. Alphonse, my son, I failed you. Father, the memories stored in my devil gave them to Ali. Watch over her in my stead. Father, I cannot go on like this, please. I understand. Thank you. Proud to call you myself my son. Since some time we have left her from Gaius. The guys make your weapon our prize no more. Seizing the opportunity, the Werlyt took control of the last has gained a free freedom. Even the Empire gone like under Imperial rule is ever known. We were able to heal the scars left behind decades of oppression. I hope you surveyed over the deal. Nothing can bring back the loss of life at the way. In the years I've struggled to find a reason to keep on living is the same as the guy. No matter how hard he tries to make amends, the children he lost are gone forever. Just on me, getting lighter, we grow strong enough to bear it. Ali, you've been state of shock return. If you want to call the city. If there's a problem, it's the diamond weapon itself. If other caused by for the time being, all we can do is wait. And the other thing, Alvina came looking for you earlier, so he. Is it true that she's oversized construction? Oh God. Thank you for coming to me. I'm glad to see you're not the worst experience. Actually, I've been meaning to show you this. Thanks to Alaming Reasons, the monument of the fallen have completed. Those that are no longer with us will be able to forgive. We will never forget them. That way, the part of things of future generations will be reminded of the sacrifice they've made. So kind to me, and now it's my turn to do the same for others. Now's a good time to return to Severa. Let me see a burn away, Joyce. It's true, we're no enough to bear it. Hope it's Alvin's though. Actually, you were spoken to her. I will see the guys will be here. Where is the location? Perhaps in time, Alice will return to some semblance of her former self. I wish to see you. Hey. Ali? Does she recognize me? At first we thought the weapon's influence had caused this, but it seems there's more to it than that. The soldier said that it's most likely the result of the intense trauma. Her mind has been scarred, perhaps irreparably. She bore a dying weapon with the intention of saving her brother. Little did she know that Valen had used the synthetic aura system to transform Alphonse into a living component of the machine. Then, when she boarded the diamond weapon, she finally learned the horrible truth. I never heard of anything so cruel. Just a moment, in each of the previous cases, pilots became fused with the weapon's core, so how is Alice able to escape a similar fate? That's one of the main things we're still looking into. I mean, it's already been fused, so I doubt there's going to be a double fusion. There's no need to. I already know the answer. If Alphonse, who kept her safe. In the end, I was unable to save your brother, my son. All that wanted to do was place a pain woman where they could live in peace. But after all the pain and hardship they endured, this is their reward? No, this is not the end of their story. Those who are suffering hands. Alphonse dreams of a land which while the oppressed and oppressed, where all may live as equals. Today, thanks to his sacrifice, that of his siblings, the cornerstone of such a nation have been laid. Sandia, Rex, Alphonse, and Ali, they risked everything to win will. Now it's come to that their ideals are upheld, this I swear, as their father. I for building Werlyt has begun. In the days to follow, I shall be working alongside the new government to create a place that people like Ali and Sevra would be proud to call home. For so long, all that kept me alive was hate. The time has come to cast it aside. I'm going with you. I only regret if I don't. And while nothing I can do can bring back the ones I've lost, I owe it to them to make the most of the life I have again. Things change, people change, it's just as well. We inventors would soon find ourselves out of work if everything stayed the same. If you need any current creation, to stay the word. You know, guys, I could fill a book with all the things I've been meaning to say to you over the years, and what would be the point? What's done is done. There's one thing, though. If anyone can get through Ali, it's you. She looks up to you the same way I did as a boy. Don't give up on her. Are you holding up? Yeah. I know you've made it this far without constant companions. In fact, I believe she has a few words to say with you. It's taken a long time, too long, but I finally found a reason to live present for the future. For my life in search for a place where everywhere I went looking for. I've realized if we can't find the one, we can make it for ourselves. That's when I learned that for guys from Kaiser's children, despite everything, they never gave up in their life. And now at least my place is at Guy's side. I follow him to see where this is. Before I leave, I want to tell you how grateful I am you chose to stand by us at the end. And I hope we'll meet again one day. I must admit, returning to Werlyt fills me with apprehension as a half-godly and former pure soldier. I must be easy to gain acceptance, but if they're willing to be guys outside for all people. How about you, man? All the time I've been trying to convince myself that Gaius was every bit of a villain I imagined. The ruthless subjugation of nation every man. And while many of who fight under the ban of government are at all the worst, I realize how another returned us back to empires. Yeah, I spared his life is a game of sentence, right? Someone that would be proud of. Too, I have given a chance to make a difference in land. Never forget my past, neither have I behold. While I met, but we're not be sure to tell the bravery, compassion me. Peace of mind, my friend. So we've got to get understood of Valiant and Severa. While I continue to have work together, at least for the foreseeable future. Well, here they are. Who might be these young men be? They are found in the village for headquarters. One of them few heirs escaped unscathed during the Diamond Weapon event. That was Alphonse's intention. Don't be afraid, we're not here to harm you. The thing on your forehead. My name is Gal Bensar, and like Valentina, I was once a legist of the Galli Empire. Though I believe I was fighting just cause, my conquest came at a terrible cost. Pray forgive me, I don't mean to scare you. If you would lend me your ears, I have a story to tell. A group of courageous young men, not so different from yourself, stood up to protect the people from the tyranny of the Empire. They fought with everything they had. Finally, victory was there, but it came at a terrible price. As their father, I still struggle to come to terms with their sacrifice. And yet, even with entrusted the future to me, I will not stop enough to see their dreams fulfilled. Even so, there is only one old soldier can achieve myself. I will be honored to have your support in the days to come. These lads, he's not scary as he looks. And if he steps out of line, he'll have to answer to him. Though we're fortunate to escape the destruction of this castrum, there may be injured while fleeing. Have the children look over them and find a place to stay. Sir, they won't stop shouting berries and cream. I'm doing a separate way once more. I myself scarcely believe that we were once bitter adversaries, but my encounter with you have led me to question my vengeance I swore to uphold. What is strength? What is weakness? If those grasp the reign of power are said to be strong, then those who lack the for better or for worse. However, I see neither true strength are not granted by others, but resides within a strength of character or spirit or resolve. Therefore, lions have the power to cast the shackles of oppression and to overcome any adversity, to stand firm in the face of you oppose. I mean, it seems I have summoned all the resolve in myself. The process of establishing an independent government. I will do all in the this order station led to wish. Please give them my regards. I hope that when they pass congrats, I will regard things to share. Welcome back, Kaiser. Congratulations on another hard entry. Ever since I've been dying to hear exactly how it unfolded. So what can you tell about the diamond weapon? It was... God, where do I begin with this diamond weapon? Even the Empire, that must be a new low, this poor orphan. I can only pray that the citizens in the world were able to enjoy the freedom that Kaiser wore. At the very least, we have no longer to live in fear of the monstrous creation birthed by the weapon project. I shall add to your account the official reporter. Now, time for the annoying part. I have to read all that. Oh boy, now I have to read all that. Allow me to express my heart. Oh, the memory stored in the diamond weapon. Give them to Ali. Four dead orphans and one broken one. That is a really sad, bittersweet ending. Huh? What? Very bittersweet. Father, guys, can you tell that speech again? Projection from within the center. Alright. These memories. There was his memories. Their memories. I don't want to live in a world without you. That's why I'm going with you. Not yet, Ali. Now it is not your time. Father still needs you. Please take care of him in our place. If you're worried about Alphonse, don't be. He got us for company. We want you to see this new world for yourself. We'll forever be at your side, Ellie. I'm the only one left. I'll never be alone. Father. Fiend. Mass destruction of weapons. Name Pure Blood Garlean, former during his time in the Empire, he was credited for the conquest of 5 states, extremely dangerous through ages of government. Assumed dead followed the Battle of Kenan. He survived and made the elimination as his prime under the name Shadowhunter. The ultimate weapon project he once held ever since been taken over by the Werlyt Legion, prompting him to incorporate Ares Alliance and preventing new weapons from being developed. Together with the Werlyt, he was instrumental in ending the menace of the project for freedom from Imperial rule. He later agreed to assist Revolution in rebuilding the region, following the ideals of exposed by Orbit's race. Though Gal Belsar was once classified as high danger, we may now consider him a valuable ally, particularly in matters pertaining to our relationship with Werlyt. Name Sapphire. Workama developed by the Imperial Legion as a successor to the Ultimate Weapon. The second known case of the used in open combat, employing a combat of that of regular Von Hydrus, former legions of the evidence indicates that the war machine is in a complete state, and oversouls was used to mitigate mechanical deficiency. It was employed of the coastal world that sent to the battle of the Garland Ironwork. Piloted by Kaiser, it was then rendered inoperative and structurally intact, with only sufficient damage sustained. Emerald Weapon. War mechanic by the 7th Imperial Legion as successor to the Ultimate Weapon. They are reported employed combat data from Gal Van Belsar, former legions of the 14th. Imperial Legion was used as the basis for the attack parameter. The original conflict that collected after Van Belsar commenced the invasion of Erosa was lost following his defeat in Praetorium. Therefore, the data used in the may have been gathered days prior to the 7th Element. His gunplay technique and tactical involvement, multiple soldiers bearing ranged weapons was incorporated into War Machine's armament. In particular, the floating manipulators that could position at various locations. Emerald is believed to have been transported from Imperial base to Terrankov in Castrum Marinum, where it underwent final adjustment. It was destroyed upon operation spearheaded by Kaiser. Rurum, a war mech of the 7th Emerald, as a successor to the Ultimate Weapon. Our sources indicate that its allergy absorbs ether of primals. It was made cause had a vastly different appearance and chemistry. It possessed extremely dense armor, flexible claw. The deployment of the Ruby marked the first known case of the synthetic systems being used outside of Garlean territory. The combat date Neil Van Darnis, former legatus of the 7th Imperial Legion, was used to enhance war mission capabilities. Shortly after its deployment, it was led by the Warrior of Light, intercepted and rendered it inoperable. Garlean's ironworks carried out the investigation of the wreckage. The dying weapon, Warmech 7, although it's the 4th reported instance of its that weapon differs from its previous model as it did not incorporate of a renowned Imperial soldier. Instead, the living subjects, made known as Alphonse, was fused with the core of piracy activation. The diamond sub is believed to gain the primal abilities possessed by the previous weapons, though exact process used is still identification. In addition to the various armaments concealed with the also designed combat by purging the bulk of its armor. It was able to further increase its maneuverability. According to the diamond was created, diamond weapon creator Werlyt Van originally planned to overthrow the God Empire, capture and seize the throne. Due to the actions of Werlyt and its comments, this did not come to pass. Pilot of the Ruby weapon. All other information regarding the subject was gained from the testimony of God, must therefore be considered as potential unreliable. Her parents were killed with their homeland in the Imperial territory of Werlyt was struck by the epidemic. She was later taken into care by Gaius and with several other orphans. She was despondent and introverted at first, but through guidance of Alphonse and eldest of the orphans, she grew up to be more assertive and self-assured. Little is known about how she came to pilot the Ruby. According to Gaius, her emotional attachment to Alphonse may have been compelled her to participate in the dangerous mission. The report delivered by Citadel following the preliminary examination of the Ruby weapon remains states that the militant body was fused with its core with no vasectomy. Estimated age of death 20. Other information regarding subject was gained via protest. Born and raised in Werlyt until her parents died of epidemic, after which was taken into the care of orphans. Though he lacked physical prowess, his high degree in dexterity made him suitable for maintaining equipment and similar tasks. Even after the he remained shy and withdrawn. However, on occasion where the safety of his friends was threatened, he would not hesitate to defend himself. He later replaced the design pilot for Sapphire fellow orphan Rex and was absorbed by the weapons upon activating Oversoul. Estimated time of death age 17. Rex, pilot this former civilian of Werlyt was orphaned at a young age and killed when the epidemic killed him. He was later fostered by Kaiser, which alongside several. He was known for being extrovert and outgoing, and his lack of restraint often made him a center of attention. However, this was accompanied by an explosive temper, and he would often confront those he believed was threatening his father's sibling, like little regard for the rank and status. He later joined the weapon project in order to his father's brother, which ended up becoming fused with its core and perishing shortly after. Estimate 18. I thought Melisandre would be the youngest, but I was wrong. Alphonse, regardless of the testimony of Gaius Bellis, a civilian whose parents he and several other children were later taken care of. As the most senior of the group, he took his role as their older brother seriously. He is often known as the blood relative of his younger sister, Ali, was among them. Gaius was instilled in him the belief that all within the Empire must be treated fair, regardless of race and background. Following the foster's disappearance, Alphonse was sought to protect his victims, such as their face and free from the Empire's grasp. He planned to claim the person. However, it was his sister who was chosen as his pilot. Alphonse fused with the weapons core, and he considered to perish. That's the age of 21 Savage. Van, former Legion and following accounts was gained via testimony of the merchant held in custody. A pure-blood Garlean raised in the capital, Werlyt was trained as an engineer at the Magic Academy, but he instead pursued a career in the military. His inside development of magic and unflinching use of tactics deemed reprehensible by his peers brought him success on the battlefield, and he quickly moved through the ranks. When the time came to select a new regional emperor, Valen was rejected in favor of Gaius von Balsar. A one-sided rivalry developed between the two, little to Gaius' knowledge. When Gaius sought to achieve, Valens would choose opposing method as a matter of course. The notable exception to was his desire to continue the Ultimate Weapon project once helmed by Gaius, possibly in a bid to surpass his nemesis. Though his level of technical expertise is without question, his eagerness to employ inhumane methods is viewed with contempt by even his fellow Imperials. Having analyzed the Empire's data on the heart of Sabek and Valens developed the synthetic authorite system. It was designed to fuse pilots with the machine core during the battle to enhance its ability, killing the subject in the process. The system was perfected with the completion of the Dime Weapon, in which a living soldier was integrated with the core. Valens' plan was to use his technology to seize the Imperator was eventually undone by the selfsame pilot that he has selected to take part in the weapon project, along with his arch-rival Gaius. The age of death, 56. Ali, pilot of the Diamond Head, also regarding warning with the foster and Gaius after her parents were killed in an epidemic. Ever since the first encounter, she was extremely withdrawn and adverse any sort of conversation. She clung constantly to Alphonse, her older brother by birth. When he and several other orphans attempted to win the freedom of their compatriot at the cost of life, they did not include Ali in their plans. After the truth, she tried to rescue Alphonse by taking control of the Dime Weapon. Once she was inside the country, she discovered that Alphonse had been fused with its core, and that he was beyond salvation. She has yet to recover from her trauma up to this day. Ali is currently up 16. Alright, yeah, I'm staying away from Ali. I did not know what her age was. Honestly, with freaking Aura, you can't really tell. Also, it's Japan media, so you really can't tell. Awarded a Medal of Independence and a new government. Yes, of course. This one, please. Oh, good. The thing's a way of ton. Perhaps they used a lighter material. I just thought it was a floater. Oh yeah, it's the turning foe. Behold the marvelous mirror, the vicious verdant villain. Perhaps that's not the last one. Anyway, it's the Emerald Weapon. I assure you, I spared no expense in making this true as so speak as possible. Information we received regarding the design revealed several startling details. Perhaps most surprising is that the free floating manipulators in his hand is you prefer, which allow you to attack in multiple different angles simultaneously. We've learned that there are positions for tactics used by Gaius when led by the Imperial invasion and when he's surrounding the target, able to bombard all sides when keeping them pound. Not only that, but the Emerald Weapon was able to perfectly replicate Gaius' renowned Tacterminus gunblade technique, though on a much larger scale. I wish I could have seen it myself. Ooh, you're so lucky. Goodness to me, all it's taking is patch. Before you put the nice control, it's time for us to fire up the real virtual combat simulator experience to see what anything could happen. Not sure. Here it is, the most formidable of weapons. No introduction here. This one. Let me explain the ultimate model. Is an icon more an I numerification and a Z amplify the final version. This is a miracle trumpet is, but the ruby and sapphire emerald appears to design the outside of God's diamond, improve the diamond. Now, that weapon was equipped with a certain element of the other model's life. Its final nature to be an element that troubles me. Even after reading the report, I still have been troubled to come to terms with the sacrifice. Perhaps we should give a moment of silence for him. I was planning on giving a sculpture to people of Warden as a reminder of a brave soul who and my previous words, the sculptures can be used as a reenactment encounter with the weapon. I hope it proves useful for preparing whatever the future in store is. Cloud deck. Fine choice. Allow me for a moment to present. Feast your eyes on a crimson core of vermilion. As you remember, the prominent connector were as impenetrable armor here and a flexible claws. You could have imagined one of those. The head and arch hand are somewhat reminiscent of a violent voice scent, which may be having absorbed the primal, possibly even some. We could have. There you go, I'm getting carried as usual. I tell you how much information you can handle, so why when we fire the real virtual? Yeah, Bishop, because I don't even know what's going to happen. I guess. That being said, I think that being said, thank everyone for coming. Please subscribe to news all that. That being said, this has become a Kaiser Legend OP. I'm just like a see you next video. A Vita scene. Oh god, that took